Hey everybody. So we're doing tuning into the Divine Calm number 8, and this one's gonna focus on the brain. It's just a one day thing that we're doing today. And when we look at the idea of long-term effects of, what we would call stress or dysregulation of the nervous system, stress being a byproduct of fight flight that is activated and our body is unable to shut it down. It's another way of also saying we get stuck in a neural loop. You know, I think the thing that's confusing about that sometimes is that we think of fight flight as being something emotional or mental that is something that we choose, or maybe that it's an emotional or mental trigger. But a lot of times what can happen is your emotions and mind can be completely calm, and your body is perceiving what is happening in your environment, or even perceiving something that's happened in the past, and it might be having a little bit of a freak out moment. Sometimes there's a imbalance in the body where your body is having a hard time maintaining balance and homeostasis, and your body goes into a little bit of its own fight flight mechanisms because it's trying to maintain some sort of balance, right? Or it's trying to deal with some sort of issue. The thing that is also a little bit confusing is that, sometimes we've had maybe difficult times or an intense experience, like, say, a car accident, or a time when maybe you're under a severe financial stress, or emotional stress, like a breakup or some weird happened in the family, right? And so the mind and the emotions kind of move past that at some point. We process it and we go, ugh, and then we move on. But the body gets stuck in a neural loop. And what happens is that the body still thinks that situation is happening. It's a very common idea in psychology circles that when we have a traumatic event, for example, in the past, that there is a little piece of us that is still experiencing that trauma, even though 10, 20, 30, 40 years has passed, right? Because the nervous system is still functioning as if, right? And so the idea being that how our mind perceives the situation or the trauma, and how our body perceives the trauma and the effects, are always very different. We think if we get our mind to a place where, like, everything's good, that the body follows. And let's just say the body has a little bit of a mind of its own. Literally, it has a mind of its own, and it's the nervous system. That's how it processes things from the environment, right? So, most times we have, like, say, an incident, or at least a perception of an incident, right? And then our body goes into defense mode, or protective mode, or like scared mode, or whatever it is. Like, it goes into this action activity protective defensive mode. And then once the situation is resolved, if everything's functioning the way that it should, then our body goes, okay, it's over. This is completed. We don't have to be in the fight flight mode. Send out the emails to all the body systems and to the mind and the emotions. We're done. And then from there, the body goes into a restorative phase where it goes, okay, now let's get back on track. Yeah, I've read about that in books, but it really doesn't go down that way, right? Because what happens is our nervous system, we go into a survival mode, and then the situation passes, and the body stays in survival mode. Like, it doesn't go, yeah, it's over, that guy left, or it was just a one-time car accident. The body goes into survival mode and doesn't shut it down. And so this is tied to what you would call the writing reflex. And all that means is there's this reflex in our nervous system that when the nerves start to fire down a different way, like when we go into survival mode, when it fires down this new pathway of survival, of defensiveness, of, protectiveness, whatever it is, the more that it does it, the easier it becomes, right? It's how our nervous system adapts. And so what happens is, after a day, after 2 days, after an hour, the nervous system just kind of goes, yeah, this is what we do now. This is who we are. Because it's fired down that set of nerves or that different pathway, right? So then our nerves are just always in this survival mode. So when we talk about neurological regeneration, a lot of times that has nothing to do with growing newer nerves or connecting nerves that got disconnected because of an injury. It's literally neurological re-education, or excuse me, neurological regeneration is re-educating the nerves to function properly. A lot of manual therapies, neuromuscular kinds of therapies. They manually like compress the body or they put the body in weird positions to try to make the nerves function more appropriately and go back to the original settings, go back to the original way that we're wired. You're basically breaking out of trauma. And so the idea is to help bring the nervous system back to that state of balance or in a restored place, right? So, this is a thing, this is a concept that we deal with in practically every class, every weekend we do something, even if it's more of a spiritual or mystical kind of class, we're always dealing with this. We're always dealing with this. I might not always use those terms, but we're always dealing with it. So, and then we're always trying to increase vagal tone, which is your rest and repair mode. It's when the body, restores itself and when we heal and when we release those old traumas and the fight flight and, all those things. So today, what we're dealing with is the long-term effects of those dysregulated experiences that we have. So we're not necessarily shooting for like we're going to bring vagal tone into the body and it's just going to unwind everything. We're going to go, okay, being honest with myself, I probably have spent a lot more time in survival mode than in rest and repair mode. Even when I'm in rest and repair mode, I'm always waiting for the other shoe to drop. I put my guard down, something bad happens. I don't sleep well, like all of these things, right? So again, we're not necessarily going to be addressing the dysregulation specifically, but we're going to go with all these times of being stressed out, of having poor sleep, of not maybe having good vagal tone and being able to rest and repair. What are some of the long-term effects? And one of the big long-term effects is on the brain. And so over a period of time, this can turn into degenerative conditions in the brain. Like prolonged periods of stress, for example, will start to diminish your short-term memory, right? Wait, what was I talking about? All of what I just said was to set up that joke, by the way. So, because the part of the nervous system that gets stressed out, that set of nerves is also the part of your nervous system that affects memory. And so if it's always in a stress state as we get older, our memory starts to kind of fade away a little bit because of the wear and tear on that part of the nervous system. And so we want to be able to protect the brain. We want to like rehab the brain somewhat. We want to re-educate. We want to get maximum potential out of our brain and brain function and help it to heal anything that we can heal and try to prevent degenerative conditions like Alzheimer's and things like that. And really to go through and prevent something like Alzheimer's, for example, is you do things that have a neuroprotective quality on the nervous system, but especially the brain. And so I kind of set this up for it to be super simple and straightforward. It's something that you can integrate into like a daily practice or maybe even just 2 or 3 times a week. But if you do these things consistently, over like just 30 days, you'll probably start to notice like, hey, my recall's a little bit better, or my brain's a little bit better, or my ability to cognitively process an issue or a problem or problem solve is increasing and improving, right? But this will also help to calm the nervous system in a different way. You know, the more that the brain is functioning properly, the more that the body feels like it can go, ah, I can rest, I can relax. You know, it's if the body doesn't feel safe in the environment, it has a reaction. And if the body doesn't feel safe because our cognitive function, there's still a reaction. So it still has a calming effect on the body, right? And so we're just going to kind of go straight forward and look at how to treat this. So the very first thing we're going to look at is a lot of times the areas that we feel the most stress, right? You would think like, oh, my mind, my emotions. It's actually the digestive tract. The digestive tract, the respiratory tract, and the cardiovascular system all are like the top three things you look at with dysregulation or like stress, right? But like a lot of times, if you calm the digestive system, the digestive tract, um, digestive function improves, but a lot of times you start to have a better sense of well-being over the whole body, and your brain starts to function better. They're starting to do things like when they're looking for degenerative conditions in the brain, they're starting to do things where they do like little biopsies and things down in the gut to see if there's markers for things going on in the brain. So we're going to shoot for treating the gut and addressing what you would call a stress-plagued digestive tract. This just kind of sets a good foundational step towards better brain function. Because a lot of times, if your gut's not doing good, your brain's not doing good, you know? And we could go on and on about this. You look at cardiovascular function, and if the heart's not doing well, usually the brain's not doing good. But the big one is digestive. So with that, there's a couple oils to choose from. Ginger is incredibly good for this. And there's a kind of a funky oil called atractalodes, which is used a lot in Chinese medicine and is very good for the digestive system. And it also functions as like protecting brain function. So if you don't have one of those two oils, we'll come up with some options, but let's shoot for those two first. The kit for purchase, if you got that, you have ginger in your kit. Yeah, yeah. So, and I put down at the bottom of this, you also could take the ginger or the atractalodes and put a few drops in water and take it internally on a daily basis. You could even do it a couple of times a day. This, over a period of time, will help to reduce the stress and the effects of stress on the digestive tract. And over a period of time, it will have a protective quality over the brain, but it should start to help the brain function better. Okay, so first, just start inhaling the oil. Just nice, long, slow, deep breaths, and everybody's good. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, so right off the bat, let's let that go for a moment. And right off the bat, we're going to go to the area that, no matter what, is where we hold most of our stress. And we look at it from an energetic point of view, which will be the front solar plexus and the back solar plexus. But both the front and back solar plexus impacts most of the internal organs in your abdominal cavity, right? So instead of trying to focus on your small intestine and your the organs, you're just going to focus on the chakra, right? So your awareness is on the front solar plexus, right below the ribs, on the upper abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still in the front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause for a moment. Notice what started to happen to your body, your emotions, and your mind as you just inhaled with your awareness on your solar plexus, whichever oil you're using. You know, we just did the front solar plexus, but we're going to do it again. So you're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs, on your upper abdomen. You're still on that front solar plexus. I know. And then just pause. If you can't tell, we're going to do a little bit of an experiment. So kind of check in with your body. How are your emotions starting to feel? Like you were probably feeling like, yeah, I feel kind of normal. You know, it's a Saturday morning, not, under a lot of stress. But then you start calming the body down. You start going, oh, starting to feel like cozy Saturday instead of just Saturday. It's pajama time. So we're going to focus on that front solar plexus again. We want to see the effects of just even doing our awareness on that area that impacts so many internal organs. We just want to see what that does. Because even if you don't do the whole thing, even if you just took a few minutes and go, okay, it's bedtime, I'm going to put my awareness on my solar plexus, I'm going to inhale, what happens? I'm going to give it 5 minutes. It doesn't have to be this big, 45-minute, hour thing. Sometimes just little 5-minute, 10-minute things that you integrate into your daily life can start to make an impact over a period of time. So your awareness is still on that front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause, let go. Notice how you're starting to feel. So we did the front solar plexus. Now let's go to the back solar plexus. Your mid back area below your shoulder blades. You're in the mid back area below your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on that back solar plexus. And then pause and just let go for a moment. And then again, let's do the back solar plexus, that mid back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. And let's try it one more time. Your back solar plexus, which is your mid back area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on the back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let it go. I'll just do that. So we've just done the front and back solar plexus. We haven't even done the whole process, but would you say that you feel a little bit more relaxed, or you feel like, I don't know, like sometimes when I do this, I go, I feel like a better person right now. Like just so much like kind of sheds off of us. And We really get to see like even when we think we're not in survival mode, we're kind of in survival mode. We're kind of in, maybe not stressed, but like low grade stress maybe, or, just having to be out in the world puts us a little bit in survival mode, you know. We don't walk around like saints going, oh, this traffic, it's all in divine order, and this obnoxious person at the store is, you know, it all has its wear and tear. So we're just simply unwinding it. you know. So we're going to do this next piece, which is your awareness is on your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, just let go. Just let it go. So the navel is going to impact some of our instinctive responses, which would be another way of saying our stress responses, but also it's going to hit the lower organs of digestion. So just as it works its way of digesting food down the the digestive tract, the navel hits the lower part, the descending colon, the small intestine. So again, your awareness is on your navel. and then pause. Okay, your navel one more time. Your awareness is on your navel. Okay, and then just pause and be still. Okay, so we've done front and back solar plexus, which impacts most of the internal organs. We've done the navel, which is the lower aspect of digestion. And now we're going to go to the jaws, right? The jaws are still going to impact the esophagus, the tongue, the mouth, and we don't really think of this as being part of the digestive tract, even though it is. But tension here will manifest as tension in the gut. And I know we're talking about the brain and we're treating the gut, but if there is a lot of tension and stress in the digestive tract, there's a lot of tension and stress in the brain. So the more we reduce it in the digestive tract, the more it reduces in the brain, right? Think of it as like the brain has to process all the information coming coming in from the different areas of the body. So if the digestive tract is super stressed out and stress plagued, it's shooting up that kind of information in the brain, and then the brain's, reacting and processing that. And so then the brain becomes stressed and overreactive. And so the more we kind of calm the gut, as weird as it sounds, the brain starts to function better. Um, I think you're starting to probably feel the benefit of what we're doing, and like the body's relaxing a little bit, and you felt calm before, but then you're like kind of going down another notch or two, and you're like, well, I need my cozy blanket and my pajamas, and shh, will you just stop talking so I can rest, right? You know, and so I can always tell too, like Samantha keeps getting cozier and cozier in her chair. And like I can tell when she's unwinding, right? And so um, we're going to do the jaws. And the jaws are where they hinge in front of the ears. So it has the impact on the digestive tract. But the other thing that I would say about the jaws is that the jaws are like the tip of the iceberg, right? If you have like a lot of tension in your jaws, something else is going on in the body, right? It could even be like a just a physical misalignment, like an elevated shoulder, an elevated hip, something's rotated. The jaw is a very adaptive joint, so it will adjust and adapt to the misalignments in the body. But if we start to have a lot of stress in the body, part of what happens is we start to have postural distortions where we have the misalignments, right? The misalignments will cause stress, but they also can be caused by stress, right? It goes both ways. And so if we have super activated adrenals and we're in a bit of a fight flight, it's going to manifest as a tight jaw, clenching jaw, jaw that's like grinding, at night when we sleep, grinding can be another aspect of this. And so it's always good to do some sort of jaw work, because as you unwind the jaw, a lot of times your body will relax. Now, if you look at it from the point of view of the energy body, when you clench your jaws, it overactivates your forehead, it overactivates your solar plexus, and it overactivates your Ming Men, right? Which your Ming Men is associated with your adrenals. Just clenching your jaw for a prolonged period of time makes your body go into a stress mode, right? It's agitating to the solar plexus, so your solar plexus starts to go into a stress mode, which would impact the internal organs. Then the forehead is super overactivated, which this is tied to your nervous system and the dysregulation and lack of vagal tone. Like one of the areas that you look at is the forehead. This pattern also makes you hyper reactive to any sort of stimuli in the environment because you're going into survival mode, right? Have you ever been around somebody and it's like, ugh, it's like walking on eggshells around that person? that pattern is a big Ming Men, a big solar plexus, and a big forehead. Like they're hypersensitive and hyperreactive. And even though it might not be like, oh, you said something and I overreacted, it still might be just loud noises, bright lights, a lot of traffic, just lots of overstimulation can be putting the body in a stress state. So the more that we work on the jaws, the more that these kind of tendencies diminish, right? So that's what we're shooting for. We're looking at, we're not trying to knock it all out at once, right here, right now. I mean, if it happens, great, but we're looking at long-term maintenance and long-term prevention. We want just to keep establishing a pattern of health and vitality in the body, and we want to prevent the brain from diminishing because of stress, and we want to um, improve how it functions, right? How we function, but also how the brain functions. So this idea of treating the jaws here um, has an impact, not just like, oh, my jaws are tight. It has a cascading effect through the whole body. Okay? So your awareness is on your jaws, where the jaws hinge in front of your ears. Your awareness is on your jaws. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and be still. In, you're inhaling, your awareness is on the jaws. And then you're pausing and being still. Right. Yeah. Okay, let's do it one more time on the jaws. Jaw minors. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then you're pausing and being still. Okay, so we've done front solar, back solar, navel, and jaws. One area to still address is the basic chakra, which has to do with blood, muscle, and bone, right? So we're treating the soft tissue, the connective tissue, and the blood and the quality of the blood, right? But one of the things that the basic chakra also impacts is a very lower primal part of your nervous system that is located in your gut. It's tied to the unconscious, it's tied to your kind of primal drives of survival. And Yeah, like you could say it just helps when it's functioning properly, kind of keep that area calm and organized a little bit. So this last little thing that we're going to do is we're going to treat the basic chakra, which is the bottom of your tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Bottom of your tailbone. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Pause and be still. And then again, the bottom of your tailbone. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and be still. Okay, one more time. Let's do the bottom of the tailbone. And then pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. You're noticing how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Now, we did this process, it took an hour and a half. If we're being practical, that's not what you're going to do every time you sit down, right? But from time to time, it's nice to do a long version. And kind of sometimes when we do like a long extended version and it's a little bit more like of an exaggerated process, meaning we do it more intensely than you would do it on your own, it kind of can help you to see the benefits of what that would be doing over a period of time. right? If you go like, oh, I feel like this right now, doing an hour and a half version of it. If I did 15 minutes 3 times a week over a period of time, this could be something that I could achieve and maintain rather than having to sit and do damage control and clean up a crime scene. I could just do prevention and maintenance. And so we're going to go through and we're going to do like what you would probably do at home, like a little 15-minute version or a 15 or 20-minute version. But before we do that, let's do some shares and questions and just see how you did. And if you have any questions about the process or you want to make a comment, and then we'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll do the normal version or the quick version. Okay. So go ahead and unmute yourself or type in. And you guys just say. How do you feel
After that nap, I feel much better.
after that nap?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Ginger be so relaxed?
Yeah, so somebody here said I didn't expect ginger to be so relaxing. I had a very similar experience, because I almost think of ginger as like being a little bit stimulating, right? Like, you go, oh, I take this to stimulate digestion. And I know it was about like 3 or 4 months ago. I was like, I should probably, I always go back to like, I'm making my travel kit, right? And I was like, should ginger be in there or not? And maybe it would be good for digestion. And I sat and I kind of did a similar process. And about a half hour later, I woke up and went, oh, what happened? Because I was sitting there on the couch. It was kind of in the evening, and I started inhaling the ginger, and man, it knocked me out. And I started going through and just like, okay, why did that happen? And I wasn't having a bad day, a bad week. I wasn't stressed out, but still just body wear and tear and just overstimulation of the environment or situations. Still, stress will settle in the digestive tract, and ginger is very good for just flushing it out, flushing it out, and flushing it out. And so, it also is very good anti-inflammatory and deals with precursors to inflammation. And it's also associated with um, uh, being like having neuroprotective qualities for the brain. And same with attractoloads. That's why we didn't uh, do like, because there's other oils that are very good for digestion, but we were trying to do digestion plus the neuroprotective qualities for the brain. Because you could do rosemary, you could do anise, you could do tarragon, very good for the digestive tract. But here we're looking digestion and neuroprotective. And ginger hits both of those. Atractalodes hits both of those. And so, and like someone said here, didn't expect ginger to be so relaxing. And yeah, it's very much calming and soothing to the digestive tract. Yeah.
And we had some questions and shares
Sure.
come in as well. Someone's asking, how would taking a medication like esensaprazole, digestum affect all of this?
I'm not sure if you're asking, would the oils affect the medication or doing the medication for neuroprotection? I'm not sure what you're asking.
And will they type in, maybe I'll just do a couple of
Sure.
pictures. Someone said, after doing the basic chakra, my tummy was gurgling like crazy.
Yeah. Gurgling is a lot of times not just that the digestion is getting stimulated and improving, but also can represent the digestive tract communicating with the brain. So In Ayurvedic medicine, that's considered a good sign.
Someone said when we were doing the jaws, lots of old unpleasant memories with certain people came up and passed. Any reason?
You're shifting out of like survival mode or like a stress mode. And when you start to switch out of that, you start kind of processing, your nervous system starts processing the things from the past. If we think about what a loop is, it's just a form of repetition. And so we get stuck in these issues or patterns from the past and we're in repetition. And part of why those things linger is they're not processed, like you could almost say, like they're not digested and then released. And so when you start calming things down, you start digesting those things and releasing them. So, yeah, it actually mechanically makes sense. Yeah. You don't necessarily have to relive it. You don't have to figure anything out. You don't have to resolve anything. You just let it pass like clouds. Yeah.
While doing the jaws, I got really hungry.
Right. Right. Yeah, good.
How does food sensitivities play into the digestion issues?
Food sensitivities are usually a stress-plagued digestive tract where the nerves aren't actually functioning quite as well. And so, you go through and you rehab the digestive tract. Um, Sometimes with food sensitivities, you also have to look at respiratory function and skin function. When the skin has basically it doesn't detoxify like it should, then it makes it harder for the liver, the kidneys, the spleen, even the lungs to function like they should. And so, a lot of times, what happens with food sensitivities or food allergies is the the digestive tract is stress plagued and also a little bit like toxic from poor lymphatic movement. And so, you just keep slowly, little by little, rehabbing it. And as the nerves function better, the digestion usually improves. It's a lot like when you sit on your foot and your foot goes to sleep. The same thing can happen in your gut. And so, if you think of rest and repair, which is associated with vagal tone, it's rest and repair and digestion. So if your body is in a stress state, then you're not digesting well. So that could also be food sensitivities, food allergies, assimilation issues. And keep in mind that the stress state doesn't necessarily mean that your emotions and mind are stressed out. It's that the body is in a stress state.
What is the difference between ginger and ginger CO2?
The ginger CO2 is a bit more potent. Yeah, it's a stronger form of ginger. Yeah.
Can we take essential oils with homeopathic medicines?
I think it's fine for the essential oils, but sometimes the essential oils might reduce the effect that the homeopathic medicines might be trying to establish. It doesn't really affect the essential oils, but the homeopathy sometimes is impacted.
They said my doc asked me to avoid sharp taste like raw onion, garlic.
Yeah. I don't think it happens all the time, but it's possible. Yeah. Okay. So how about we'll take a break and we'll come back at 5 till and we'll do the quick version or the everyday version of this. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And so we're still going to be using either the ginger or the attractaloads. And we're going to do the quick version. Okay. So your awareness is on the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on the upper abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Yeah, move your awareness to the back solar plexus, that mid back area, below your shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the navel. Your awareness is on the navel. Now, move your awareness up to your jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And into your basic chakra, the bottom of the tailbone. And then pause and be still. Okay, so that's just one cycle. If you only had like maybe 10 or 15 minutes, you could just sit down, do one cycle, call it a night, an afternoon, whatever, and then go about other things. But one of the things you can also do is do a few different cycles, right? So we're going to go through and we're going to do it again. So again, your awareness is on the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs, on the upper abdomen. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. The navel. Your awareness is on the navel. And then the jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. And the bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Pause and be still. Okay, so let's slide into segment two, which is mental calming and mental decompression. Basically, unwinding stress, but on the brain itself. So, lavender, any form of petitgrain, or basil. And I think in your kit for purchase, you have a choice of lavender and uh, petitgrain. I think in the kit for purchase, we did lavender malleate. Yeah. So lavender malleate is out of all the lavenders, it's the most relaxing lavender. And it's the one that's also great for children. I mean, all the lavenders are good for children, but malleate is especially like calming to a child. So we're going to do this a few times. So if you have a couple of the different oils, I would say experience the different oils because they are going to have a little bit of a different impact. But whatever oil you're using, go ahead and start with your awareness on your throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your throat. Yeah. Move your awareness to the high heart. It's this little notch at the upper part of your chest or the bottom part of your throat, really kind of where they meet. That little notch between the two collarbones. Your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. The jaws where they hinge in front of the ears. Your awareness is on the temples. Your awareness is on the temples. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back head. And then your awareness is on your forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your forehead. And then pause and be still. So this little process that we're doing here is a very good way to unwind the effects of stress on the brain and then things that might continue to stress the brain out. So like example, if you have repetitive thoughts or you have some you're feeling anxious about, you kind of go into survival mode where everything becomes um, hypothetical. Like, like, oh, what if this happens? What if that happens? If I do this, what about this? What about that? Like you're very much in survival mode and you're in the mm, like survival mind, right? And so we want to be able to calm that down. Like if the mind is agitated, eventually it's going to have a long-term effect, right? Having a bad day is one thing. Having a bad week, having a bad month, eh. Having a bad year, starts to have its wear and tear. Having a bad decade, a couple of decades, you know, sometimes we don't realize how stressed out we are, and it doesn't necessarily mean like workload or drama or anything. It could just be like the mind just gets agitated because it's in survival mode. It's hypersensitive, it's hyper reactive, and just kind of keeps stressing about things, micromanaging things that don't really look like they're stressful to the outside eye, but it's not about how they look, it's about the state that the body is in. If your body is in a dysregulated state, it can get stressed out about anything. Anything. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Right? And so this is a way to go through and unwind that. But also, if we look at survival skills, like what about those times we have a bad day or we're having a bad week? And we can use these same oils and we can actually do a little bit of problem solving as far as our brain is concerned on the effects that it's having on the brain and on our sleep and our vitality, right? So we are going to cycle through this pattern again, but let's just do this. Reflect on some things that maybe have been going on in your life for the last like week or two. Not even like go back a year or go back to whatever. Just think of the last few weeks. It doesn't have to be some bad situation, but like I'm struggling with a decision. I'm struggling with a situation. I'm having this weird interaction with a person at work or in my family or you know, I'm having to travel. I'm dealing with traffic in a big city or whatever it is. That last one might be me projecting because we're in Southern California. Right? So you're going to reflect on it because even in the reflection, you're already starting to shift the nervous system out of survival mode. You go, oh, I'm observing my week. I'm observing the situation. And you're not trying to problem solve. You're not trying to fix it. You're not trying to figure out some meaning behind it or what's going on. You're just going, I'm just looking at the situation. And when you're observing, you're starting to shift into a different part of your nervous system than a different part of your brain, right? So at first, you just observe whatever it is, and you're not trying to resolve anything. You're just going like, huh, huh, hmm, very interesting. This whole little thing that's happening, very interesting. And as you're doing that, begin inhaling the oil. So just target one situation at a time. When we target one situation and then we'll do another one, pretty soon it starts having a cascading effect across the whole nervous system. But just target in one area because you're targeting like a spike, a spike. If it was like stress, stress, you're going after one of those spikes. So any of these oils will work. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And it doesn't even have to be a negative thing. It could be a positive thing. I'm trying to make a positive decision. I'm trying to deal with a positive thing in my family or in the work. But still, positive doesn't necessarily mean stress free. You're thinking about the situation, and as you kind of focus on it and observe it, you're inhaling the oil. This is another way to calm the nervous system and calm the mind as you reflect and inhale the oil at the same time. So you're focused, still on that same situation. Now let it go. And let's do the same situation again. Observe that situation from the last 2 weeks. You're observing it and you're inhaling at the same time. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then you're letting it go. You're just letting it go. Okay. You're still reflecting on the last 2 weeks. Another situation. Could be a thing that's been ongoing for a while, but just think of the last 2 weeks and what's been, in your awareness. You're inhaling as you're reflecting on the situation. and then pause. Okay. So we've done a couple situations. One we did twice, one we did once. Now I would say if there's a big theme, some bigger like, oh, there was a old traumatic event, there was something that's upsetting, there's something going on in the family, and it might not even be you, but it's still something that's, upsetting. Could be 5, 10 years ago. Think of something that it stirs, it stresses, it's a little upsetting. It doesn't have to even do with you directly. But think of the situation and again, inhale. Mhm. Okay, pause and be still. Let's do an experiment. I mean, we're experimenting right now. Let's do a different experiment. Think of something that you're aware of in the news. Doesn't mean that you judge it as good or bad, but just think of something in the news and think of it as you inhale. You're still thinking of that thing in the news. You're inhaling. Okay, just let that go for a moment. Just let it incubate. Okay. We're going to do the pattern again. So your awareness is on the throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. The high heart, that little notch between your two collarbones. Your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your awareness is on the jaws where they hinge in front of the ears. Your awareness is on the jaws. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The temples, your awareness is on the temples. The back head. Your awareness is on the back head. And then the forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then you're pausing and being still. So we're going to play with this a little bit more, but we'll do it after lunch. But before we break for lunch, questions, shares? You want to share an experience, or you can unmute yourself, type in. How about you? How did you do?
I may have fell asleep again. Give me just 1 second, Sonia. Give me 1 minute. Okay, go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Um, where it says mental decompression, what is that?
You know, like you have a stress day and you got to just kind of decompress a little bit and shake off the stress. That's kind of what decompression means, and at
And
least
on segment one where you say foundational to what?
dealing with brain function. Like if the gut's not doing good, then it's hard for the brain to do good.
Okay. And um, you know, like so more and more we're getting into things that uh, uh, uh classes that are work for me.
I
Um,
say that again. I'm sorry.
more and more we're getting into classes that are having a strong effect on me.
Oh,
So
good.
I have, so like, they had tested me and that showed that um, um, they said I was in an altered state of consciousness. My brainwaves were so low that I shouldn't be able to talk or even blink my eyes. And they said my hyperactivity is, they wanted to do something about the hyperactivity, some training to lower it. But then they said that it's there so that to counter the altered state of consciousness, that it was too low. And then they were talking about doing Ritalin to wake me up so that I could calm down, but then it increases the seizures. So like my right
Yeah,
hemisphere.
any time that they're using something like that's stimulating, but they're doing it to cause like a relaxing effect, the nervous system has gotten so like stressed, it's become paradoxical. And so you're getting, you know, like a flip of what it should do. And so again, you know, if we let go of like what the symptoms are, what the condition is, and we just look at it from the point of view of the nervous system, you just keep unwinding the dysregulation, you keep improving the vagal tone, and a lot of times the symptoms and things are a byproduct of that dysregulation and lack of vagal tone. And so if we just go after a symptom or a particular condition, we're not treating an underlying cause. And so I would say, if these things are working for you, like it's like you're reconditioning the body, like you're trying to get the body back into this way of being able to function. And um, I would just keep leaning into it. And just because it works now doesn't mean that there might not have to be some sort of adjustment in a month or 2 months or, 6 months of like how you approach it. But, if you're finding relief, definitely kind of whatever kind of catches your attention, like run with it for a little while.
My right hemisphere tends to overactivate. My left one is underactivates, is
What's that?
underactivated.
What's that?
And so even
I didn't
on
get I didn't catch what you said.
my right hemisphere tends to be overactivated and my left hemisphere is underactivated and my seizures are left temporal to occipital. And so um even on
I don't think
IQ,
that information changes anything for me. I know like when you get focused on like conditions and symptoms, but if you look at it from a neurological point of view, you pay attention to that a little bit, but that is not the driving force for treatment. You keep unwinding the nervous system. You keep trying to bring it back to balance.
what's happening for a lot of the classes, what's something will be relaxing for real relaxing for everybody else, and then I get it clears me, and I wake up more, and then I can't sleep for 3 days or a week. So I'm not finding things are balancing that the way.
Well, if you're to the point where you're paradoxical, you can't expect like immediate results like that. Like you're gonna, like I said, you have to recondition the nervous system. A symptom-oriented approach where you go, I'm doing this, it should do this. You have to let go of that. With something as serious as you have to let go of that, and you have to start reconditioning the body.
Um, well, the first time I got the meningitis, I was real sick for a week, and then when it uh, uh, stopped, then I had the sleep disorder from that point on, and
Mhm.
I lessened it with developmental sequencing.
Okay.
I'm not
Just
finding something else to lessen it.
okay. Keep trying to unwind and recondition.
With what? Which
You're
process?
still kind of fixated on it being a very specific thing. You have to let go of that. It's part of the problem. You have to just keep unwinding and reconditioning.
Well, so that's what.
Well, we can send me an email and we can talk about it at some point because this isn't going to get resolved right here. So,
Go ahead, Peggy.
hey, Becky.
Hey, I am so relaxed. I would
Oh,
wake
good.
up and go, oh,
Mhm.
jaw. And then I'd wake up all of a sudden and go, oh, lower. Wait a minute. Oh, it's just wonderful. So thanks. I'm
Oh, good,
so,
good,
so relaxed. Great.
good.
Someone's wondering, would segment 2 help with sleep?
Possibly. Like, there's other things that you could do for sleep, but here we're still trying to target things that are going to improve brain function. And so these are relaxing. Um, they could lead you to like potentially getting better sleep, but also like marjoram, tarragon, spikenard, vetiver, and there's blends and things as well. all of these will help with sleep, but here we're trying to mentally decompress while improving brain function. So sleep isn't necessarily the target, but it still could be helpful, like you're saying. Definitely could be helpful, especially if you have kind of the mental function of where you lay down at night and might grind on the day, or you might, because even like when you're doing that, you're still like in survival mode. Like it might be the body's calmed down, but the mind is a little in survival mode, or the body's in survival mode and the mind's still going, I got to resolve this so I can go to sleep. And so, yeah.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey,
Thanks, Sam. That was really great. It's been nap morning, and that lavender is phenomenal. The
the mouth.
mhm. So
Yeah,
I
it's
tried with that one. I had three other lineups, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not moving. Um, what I thought was interesting on the brain one was like focusing on the situation. It was almost like little fragments were flying off of my head,
Mhm.
like just conversations or
Mhm.
maybe it was stress from other people too, but it was really nice. It was gentle.
Oh, it could be both. And sometimes, we have things that like maybe got projected at us, or we're just in like that radiatory influence of,
Hmm.
the stress, office where none of it's directed at us, but you're like, ugh, people need to lighten up in here. Like I gotta go. Like you know what I mean? And
Hmm.
so, and that's kind of what you're saying is, sometimes it's the influence of a situation or people or something, but it doesn't have anything to do with you. Like, that's
Yeah,
very, very possible, you know.
that's interesting that you use that example because I woke up and I'm like, God, they're not very welcoming.
Yeah,
But that's not about me.
right. Like if you stood back and you go, I'm gonna watch this for 8 days and see what happens. They're like that with everybody. Like,
Exactly.
what I mean? And like you just happen to be there. And one of the things that I used to say, and this is a very weird example, but um, you're out swimming in the ocean and a shark comes up and bites your big toe. It doesn't do it because it hates you. You were just in the area. You were just an opportunity for, and sometimes people who are stressed or agitated or upset, or it's not that you did something, you're you're in the area. You were
Exactly.
just an opportunity for them. And, you know, for us, we always spend time like, oh God, what did I do? How did I attract it? How did I manifest this? Whatever. And it's like, no, there's a bunch of jerks floating out there, just like there's a bunch of good people.
Yeah,
And, as much as we interact with people who are good, you know, there's still those other ones out there.
exactly. They're usually relatives. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen, thank you so very much.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Denise. Oh, go ahead.
No, and I'm glad you enjoyed the lavender maliate. Yeah.
Good morning.
Hey.
Hey, well, we know I've been under stress for several years that has
Mhm.
been more intense and it hasn't necessarily lightened up, but I am learning more, thankfully, through our classes and
Mhm.
everything that you're teaching. And of course, application is everything, isn't it? So I'm so glad you've made these a little easier for us, like in the evening, because my sleep's been greatly impacted for many, many years with all this. But
Yeah.
what I was gonna say with
Mhm.
all of this week, it was very hard. I couldn't even remember my PIN number. My PIN number at the bank, I kind of kept reversing the numbers. And also like to get in and out of my phone. And I was like, my brain is so tired. It's just so
Yeah, like I would say that's literally probably brain fatigue right there. And so, all four segments would be good, but definitely number two and number four.
2 and 4.
And so, again, going back to, you're aware that you had a difficult week. And so, the decompressing, just like if you ran a marathon, you would expect to like, okay, I'm gonna have lunch and I'm gonna run another marathon. I'm like, no, I'm gonna rest for a few days or a week or, go to bed early or something like that. And like way back in the day, when I was young, I used to know like these triathletes, and that's when they run and swim and ride a bike for ungodly amounts of time, and it would take them like 3 or 4 months to recover. Like it was such an intense day that it was like a good 3 or 4 months worth of recovery to bounce back from that. And, we see that in an athlete, but we don't think about, hey, when I was stressed out at work, it was like running a marathon or running a couple of marathons, or, I'm maybe dealing with some difficulties in, whatever situation. And, you're not up and moving your body, but still you're in survival mode and you're in stress mode. And it has its wear and tear. Like, it has its impact on us. And so when we start going, okay, I can take these daily little routines and I can just start knocking some of this stuff down so that it's kind of like what I was saying to Sonia, like the idea of reconditioning something rather than going, I got to put out this other fire or this other thing is such a big thing. It's just a lot of little movements moving towards something over a period of time, and you can reduce the effects of what's happening, but you can also reduce the effects of what's happened, and really that's, you're kind of treating both things, and you just keep taking these little movements of these little shifts, because even though you like shift, you go, I feel relaxed, doesn't mean you've arrived. It just means that you're in a little bit better place. Tomorrow might be another stressful day, and it's like, I go into that stress state or that dysregulated state. And so then what happens? And you just keep nudging these things where it goes, okay, I'm diminishing dysregulation and I'm increasing vagal tone. And tomorrow's another day. I might have to do it again. And then, what happens over a period of time is it starts to be less and starts to be less and starts to be less. And then eventually we achieve what we call vagal anchoring, to where even though we have that crazy day, you don't even really have to think about it. Your body just goes reap the next day, and it's like, okay, I'm back to a neutral place where I'm not wiped out, I'm not stressed out, I'm not any of these things. But it's a lot of like little movements over a period of time.
And we kind of build a newer neural pathway as we do this, right? Kind of in a way,
Correct.
we're slowly kind of
Correct.
enforcing that, building it, and kind
Yeah.
of revisiting it. And
Right.
so the other thing I was going to ask is, clearly I probably might be a candidate for the attractalodes. And what I was wondering, would I want to buy the 5 ml, or would I want the tincture? Or maybe both, but
Well, if you, I mean, you could use it for inhalation, and if you're wanting it for like the application of this, I might just go tincture, because it would be more about like being consistent with it. Just take it internally every day. I love Attractaloads.
okay.
The oil's only been very recent. Before then, it was a tincture that I would use, and
Well, I can
you know.
only start with the tincture, but I've had a number of head injuries, right? And kind of where
Mhm.
like this week really almost reminded me of that. Although I don't recall like hitting my head or anything, but honestly, it happened like 3 or 4 different times. And even this morning, I got up.
Yeah,
It's like, oh, it's
so
acid.
what one of the things is, head injuries aren't always a blow to the head. They can be a little bit of a jarring, but even like blows to the body can like rattle the brain enough to where it actually causes some issues in the brain. And then also just being super stressed out can cause you know issues in the brain, and sometimes a very severe health issue can actually cause a reaction in the brain. I mean, there's all kinds of things that could happen. It doesn't always have to be the classic I fell and hit my head, or it can be all kinds of things. I mean, if you look at football players,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, they talk about now the brain injuries, and through all the work, they're starting to realize it's not that they keep getting hit on the head. It's a lot of times it's the blows to the body, and the blows to the body, rattle them a little bit, and you know, there starts to be some brain issues, and so um, inflammation can do it, stress can do it, like all these different things can do it, and so the more we just kind of keep nudging the body back to this state of diminishing the dysregulation, increasing the vagal tone. Eventually, it kind of comes back into a balanced state. You can't really force the body into a state of balance just like that. You have to just keep nudging and nudging and nudging, because if you think about it, like the survival mode, it's its nature is protection and defensiveness. So when you keep going, okay, I'm gonna push harder to try to push the nervous system into a state of balance. Sometimes what happens, like if you get more aggressive with it, the survival mode, even though you're trying to calm it down, it's like it engages it even more. Like it just goes, ugh. If I think the other shoe's gonna drop, and if I put my guard down, something bad's going to happen, and you're trying to make me relax. It's like, okay, guard up. You're trying, what kind of monkey business are you trying to pull here? And so the harder that you try to make a big shift at once, the harder it actually can become. And so it's almost like, think of trying to get a squirrel to eat out of your hand. You're not making any sudden movements. You're not making a lot of eye contact. You keep looking away, going, okay, good squirrel, good squirrel, nice squirrel. Sometimes that's what you have to do with the nervous system. You just keep little movements, little movements, little movements. And then pretty soon you look back and you go, I used to be way back there. But still, more little movements. And then at times you can start taking bigger movements. But if the system isn't really that like stable, meaning like it's in really bad survival mode, then
Back to
any
basics.
sort of big shift, actually the body will fight it. The body will, I mean, it's like how I was talking about homeostasis back, like a year or two ago when we were talking about it. Your body has this adaptive thing. It always wants the eyes to be horizontal. So you go out and you do something in the garage and you hurt your shoulder, and boom, your shoulder goes up. Well, if your body doesn't adapt, you walk around like this, much harder to thrive with your eyes not horizontal. You're going to bump into something, injure yourself, whatever. And so then your head goes, well, I need them horizontal. So shoulders up, but my eyes are horizontal. I'm good. A couple of weeks goes by, a month goes by, and you're like, okay, I'm tired of the shoulder being like this. I got to make some adjustments. So you go get some therapy or chiropractic adjustment or something. And then, you start to relax the shoulder. And then, if the body doesn't adapt, it does this, right? And so your body, even though you're putting that in a more relaxed state, in a more balanced state, your body goes, no, I'm not doing that. I've already made all these adjustments. If you make me put that shoulder down, I got to do all this paperwork and I got to undo all these things. We've already made the adjustments. So No, it tries to hold it where it's at. And so the more you keep trying to lower the shoulder, the more aggressive you are, it will like snap back, even if you get it to stick for a little bit, right? Because the body has already got this new pattern in the nervous system, and going back to the writing reflex, it doesn't want to let it go. So if you just gently just go, okay, just a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit. Hey, look over there. Oh, a little bit more went down. Oh, a little bit more went down. And all of a sudden, the body just didn't see it coming, and it made the adjustments. You're giving it time to acclimate. You're giving it time to assimilate the shift. And if you think about trauma is, right?
Yeah.
It's a big shift at once. And so the body is already on guard for a big shift because the body sees that as trauma. And so even though you have good intentions and you're trying to put the body in this good place, like when you go, the body just goes, here we go again, another trauma, right? Even though it's let's relax the shoulder. The body just goes, you're trying to traumatize me again, So it's a lot of little movements.
Thank you. Very well said. Excellent examples. Thank you.
And somebody's wondering, would these segments increase vagal tone?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, doing the back throat, the inhale and exhale length became smooth, deep, and long. Like lung capacity opened up a lot.
Oh,
It's
very good.
amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Very good. The back throat will impact the bronchioles. So, plus, like you said, vagal tone and dysregulate, when the body is in a more survival mode, you have to treat each one of them separately. Like, just because you improve vagal tone doesn't mean that your body is less stressed. It just means it can process it better. And so at some point when the body becomes more balanced, then they start functioning more appropriately. Like, it will balance out. But when it's in a dysregulated state, just because you've increased vagal tone doesn't mean stress levels come down or dysregulation comes down. So, like, we kind of go through and we try to treat both. We try to bring down dysregulation, try to improve vagal tone. And then when they start to balance a little bit, then it will be self-correcting. But yeah, anyway.
And Troy, did you have a question or share? You had been
Hey.
unmuted. Might have been an accident. Might have been an accident.
Yeah.
With the if we don't have ginger oil, is it okay to use fresh ginger? Or should we use a different oil?
Fresh ginger to inhale or to eat?
I'll wait till they respond.
Okay.
The person who had the inhalation exhalation, they said the inhalation and exhalation almost became double.
Oh, nice. Oh God, that's tremendous.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah. Anytime you deepen the breath or be able to have longer inhalation, longer exhalation, that's always a good day. Like always a good day. Yeah. Um, anything else?
oh yeah. Please just keep it. So do these segments also help with dysregulation as well as vagal tone?
Yeah, so like the idea wasn't just to like target the vagal tone. It was to try to bring like a kind of balance into the nervous system so that we improve brain function. So we're not just going after vagal tone and we're not just going after dysregulation. We're just kind of bopping back and forth a little bit between the two. And so I would say yes, like to go after dysregulation or vagal tone more specifically would have like a deeper effect on the body. But everything that we're doing here today is we're playing with those concepts, but really we're doing it to try to improve brain function and diminish brain fatigue, and then also prevent any sort of degenerative issues that have can occur with long-term dysregulation or agitation in the nervous system. And so yeah.
Yeah, great, thank you. I think those,
So,
but
okay.
I-
So let's go ahead and take a break. We will do, let's see, 12 for 1 for, we'll come back at 2:15. So we'll do an hour, is that right? Yeah, 12:45, 1:45. Yeah, so 2:15. And we'll kind of play a little bit more with segment 2, but then we'll go into segment 3 and 4. So if you have questions, write them down. And then when we come back, we'll hit the ground running. Hey, everybody. So we ended our session for the morning with segment 2, and let's just touch on it again. And we don't necessarily have to go through and do the pattern, but I like the idea of just doing, if we're being practical, sometimes you're going to sit down. I'm cracking myself out. You can sit down and, do a process, but a lot of times you're just maybe going to do 5 or 10 minutes, right? So again, revisiting some of those things that are potential stressors. And the thing that I want to emphasize is it's not a stressor to the mind or the emotions, it's a stressor to the body. And so, there's times where your mind and emotions are like, yeah, this is fine. But your body is sitting in the corner, rocking, chewing its fingernails, going, no, it's not. No, it's not. You don't get it. Right? So it's good to kind of check in with different situations because you might not know that something is causing a reaction in your body because mentally and emotionally, you're fine with it, right? I had that with this one situation where mentally and emotionally, everything was taken care of. I was going into this business and doing whatever. And, but the business was really chaotic, right? And so mentally and emotionally, I was like, okay, we're going to do these things. It's going to be okay. It's going to be fine. And I mean, it was an exhausting experience. Like within 4 or 5 hours, I was like, I could barely keep my eyes open. And it was just the chaos that was in that building was just nuts. Mentally and emotionally, it didn't matter to me. It wasn't my thing. It wasn't, but again, going back to the effects of the environment or what you would call the radiatory field in an area impacts us. And so we don't always know, we don't always recognize it. So again, in the last few weeks or the last month, you can sit and think of something that you were just doing. It doesn't have to necessarily be bad, or it can be neutral, or just, might even feel that it's positive, and focus on that area. And then just start taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And, if you have more than the oil that you used in the last segment, like if you use lavender, maybe if you have petitgrain, try the petitgrain and see how that treats you. I think the kit for purchase has petitgrain souffleur, right? Which is a very fancy petitgrain. And petitgrain are just the leaves of citrus. And the leaves of citrus are also very good for your brain. They also help to reduce confusion, but they also have neuroprotective qualities for the brain and brain function. Which one are you doing? Oh yeah, can I have them? I'm doing it with you guys. Oh yeah. And then pause and be still. And again, let's do something in the news. Doesn't matter if you judge it as good or bad. Just focus on something you've read in the news or saw the news, and then do your inhalation. Yes, Adrena. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, and then pause and then let that go. And so one that I didn't talk about is when we have like an acre of pain, right? And even if you don't have an acre of pain right now, go, I got that old trick knee. I got that shoulder. From time to time, my back flares up. Check in with your body and just see what you feel in your body. Pain and discomfort very much agitate the nervous system and engage the survival side of your nervous system. So this isn't so much that we're trying to alleviate pain, we're trying to diminish the effect that, bad shoulder, a bad hip, a bad knee, bad back, whatever it is, even if it's okay right now, we want to diminish the effect it has on the nervous system and our brain. Okay. So we went through and just did little quick things again, right? Let's go ahead and revisit that whole pattern. So your awareness is on your throat. You're taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then go to your high heart, this little notch between your two collarbones. your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. And then the jaws where they hinge in front of the ears. Your awareness is on your temples. And then the back head. The back head. Your awareness is on the back head. And then your forehead. Your awareness is on your forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Pause and be still. Now, there's one spot that we haven't addressed, and this again goes to like a quick treatment versus this. What we just did is a bit more thorough, right? But if you go, okay, I have 5 minutes, I'm getting ready to go to bed or something, I don't have the juice in my legs to sit and do a whole process for even 20 or 30 minutes, you can just simply go to the brain. So let's put our awareness on the brain and take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths and see how that treats you. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. And then just pause and be still. Okay, do your brain again. Inhale with your awareness on your brain. And then just pause and let it go. So we already kind of did shares and questions with this segment. We just did some experiments just to deepen it. So the next thing we're going to do is kind of stimulate proper function. So to stimulate proper function, the first thing you do after segment 2 is you take a break and let it soak in. So you got, it's relaxing. So yeah, we're kind of shifting gears a little bit. So we'll come back at 10 after, and we'll go from there on segment 3. Hey, everybody. So we're going to do segment 3, and this is stimulation of the whole body, like all the body systems. So whenever in medical aromatherapy or like herbal medicine, when they talk about stimulants, it's not like drinking Red Bull or drinking a bunch of coffee or something. It's stimulating proper functions. And so sometimes stimulating the body's proper functions still can be relaxing. It's not always like being all wound up on caffeine. You're stimulating the body to function the way it should, right? And so with cinnamon over a period of time also will increase circulation throughout the whole body, but also to the brain. And it stimulates the body's functions, including the brain, right? So it's like a jump start of all the potentials, or at least starting to work your way towards all the potentials that are within our system, right? And so don't put this on your skin, because it can be a little irritating or a little caustic. You can take a few drops internally, but with water. Don't just put it on your tongue. I do that sometimes, and then I go, oh, I washed it down pretty good, and then I end up with a little bit of heartburn or something. Mix it with something, so your body can handle it, right? So cinnamon does a lot of good things. It's very antibacterial, antifungal. It helps with some of the digestive issues that we started the day with. It does have antiviral properties, but the thing that we're using here is really its stimulating properties, the circulatory properties. And, over the years, there's been some studies where they're looking at long-term effects of different essential oils and different herbs and things. And cinnamon has shown promise in um, uh, being a preventative towards conditions that are degenerative to the nervous system and to the brain. Anytime that you can get more blood to the brain in a more regulated way, the better. Because when there's poor circulation here, then it starts to manifest in the body again as like muscular tensions and stresses and things like that. And so the more that you can increase proper blood flow, the better. So with that, we're going to use cinnamon. You can use leaf or bark. You could also use cinnamon supreme. If you don't have regular cinnamon, you could also try to use thyme. Thyme can be, yeah, cassia and cinnamon are pretty interchangeable. So my apologies. Cassia, um, there is tamala, which is in the cinnamon family, and it does come out of like Nepal. It's a lot softer than cinnamon. It would work, it would just be a lot slower. But if you're trying to jumpstart good circulation and good body function, you go to like cassia or cinnamon. Put a few drops in your water, or a lot of people will put it in their coffee in the morning and you know have that effect. So pull out the oil. Again, don't put the cinnamon directly on your skin. Put it on like a little tissue or inhale it from the bottle. And first, just inhale it. Just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. As weird as it sounds, how stimulating it is. Whenever I start smelling cinnamon, I get sleepy. And it still can stimulate proper rest and repair mode. So you think of it as just stimulating things where you can get up and be active, which is true. But if the body needs healing, it actually is stimulating to the body, and, the body's rest and repair mode. The other thing that you wouldn't really think about is the cinnamon is actually very activating to the heart chakra. It's very stimulating to the heart chakra. So you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths, and everybody seems to be okay with that. You too, huh? Yeah. Yeah, Samantha was saying when she smells cinnamon, like she gets almost a little sleepy. Keep inhaling it. I'm going to keep rambling. So there was this doctor, a lot of medical aromatherapy is based on physicians, usually French physicians, using the essential oils, but in a medical setting where they go through and they do testing, they test the person and they give them essential oils to treat for like, a few days, a week, a month, whatever it might be. And then they come back and they retest. And there was this one French physician that said, if the world knew how amazing cinnamon was and all its healing potential, you'd never be able to get it. Because everybody would be, you know, mm, gotta have it. But we talk about like how to recondition the body. You take maybe a couple of days of cinnamon in your coffee or your water in the morning, and you go like, oh, I kind of feel okay, right? But if you do it consistently over 30 days, 60 days, something like that, you will really start to affect a physiological change in the body that's not just a symptom oriented, response. You really start reconditioning for every day. The body's you keep pushing it to more and more proper function. And then, a week goes by, and then you're not just always sliding backwards. You're a little bit ahead of the game, and then you're a little bit farther ahead of the game. And then pretty soon you're doing so much better. And it's been not a dosage, not a big dosage. It's been a lot of little dosages over a long period of time. And, if there's autoimmune related issues, doing small dosages over a period of time still can be okay, even though it's strengthening to the immune system. It can be still administered with autoimmune issues. You just, you give like a drop a day or 2 drops a day, and you just let it be that. And then over a period of time, it actually, again, still improves the immune system and actually will have a reducing effect sometimes on the autoimmune component. So let's pause for a moment. And then we're going to do the lower centers, and then we're going to talk about this last step. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the navel. Your awareness is on the navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Move your awareness to the spleen, the left-hand side of the body below the ribs. Now, move your awareness to the Ming Men, that low back area, the back side of the navel. Now, move your awareness to the sex chakras. Sex chakra. I think I need cinnamon so I can stimulate proper speaking. now to the bottom of your tailbone. Okay, let it go for a second. So before we do this next step, I just want to say something. Now, this next step, we put our awareness on the lumbar spine, right? Which is the bottom vertebrae. You know, you go from about your backside of your navel down to like the sacrum, right? There's 5 vertebrae there. So when you put your awareness on this area with cinnamon, not necessarily with other oils, with cinnamon, okay? When you put your awareness on these areas, part of what happens is both the Ming Min and the basic, right? They kind of activate. And so the Ming Min shoots energy up to your head, right? It shoots energy up towards your head and actually starts to distribute that energy to the body. When these two become activated, it increases the energy levels of the body and distributes it through the body. But there's a catch. It basically activates all the centers in the body all at once. All your energy centers kind of like get activated somewhat, right? Now, if you have um, blood pressure issues, or if you have some chronic health issue, I wouldn't do this last step. You know, if you have blood pressure issues and your blood pressure is regulated, it's probably fine. And it's more of a safety precaution. It's not necessarily like, ugh, you did it, now something bad's going to happen. I've had a bunch of people do it where their blood pressure wasn't regulated. They had a little bit of high blood pressure, wasn't regulated by medication, and they were still fine. But I would say, don't risk it. You know, just don't risk it. And so, one of the ways that you can get around it is take mugwort and inhale and just go through all the centers. Like you just go, it will activate all the centers and will increase the strength of the body, but with overstimulation of those 2 lower centers. So we're going to do it one time just so you have the experience. But if this feels questionable to you, I would say don't do it. It's just a little short step. And if in doubt, I always say don't do it. You know, normally I don't talk about these things. There are certain things that maybe I only give people individually. I don't talk about them in a class, but I don't know. I think you guys have been doing this long enough. Even if you're new, there's enough of you guys to where this will be fine, you know, but I just wanted to talk that out a little bit. So any chronic health issue or blood pressure, cardiovascular issue, just just let this step be just you sitting and being still, right? And if you do decide to do it, you just do it for about 15, 20 seconds. That keeps it pretty safe. And if you're on the fence and you go, I'll do 15 or 20 seconds, you didn't overdo anything, right? So your awareness is on your low spine. Inhale the cinnamon. Hey, just let it go. How did that feel? More relaxing. Good for you. How about for you, Maureen? Like more relaxing. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go through and we're going to cycle through the whole pattern again. Okay, so your awareness is on your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Oh, she's chilling. You were chilling. Oh, that's good. So somebody here said it almost feels like that last little piece feels like a more stable relaxation or more right. She said it was more stable and more comfortable. You know, if you think about it, even when you're trying to reduce stress, if like you're fatigued or your body's not functioning like it should, and you go, okay, I'm going to reduce stress, your body is like, uh-uh, you're tired. You can't put your guard down because you won't be able to get up and run. You won't be able to get up and fight. You won't be able to protect yourself. Or if the body, if there's something going on, then the body goes, I'm not relaxing because this doesn't feel safe to me. And so I think that just validates what you know. So you're on the navel, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the spleen, which is on the left hand side of the body below your ribs. And then the Ming Men, the low back, the backside of the navel. the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The bottom of the tailbone. Nice. Okay, and let's do that lumbar spine again. If you feel up to it, your awareness is on your lumbar spine. And then just let it go. How do you feel? Your body, your emotions, your thoughts? Let's go ahead and open it up to shares and questions. You can unmute yourself, type in.
Somebody shared alert and sleepy at the same time.
Yeah.
A lot of times the second round will really knock me out, and this time I'm like, oh, I'm awake now. But I was definitely yawning and stuff later.
Mm.
Oh, it's good.
Okay, I think we're good.
Yeah, people are nothing yet.
Okay, so how about we'll take a break. If something arises, you can share when we come back. But we'll take a little break. We'll come back at about 5 after. And yeah, we'll do the last segment. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back.
So we did have a share come in,
Okay.
and someone said, in the revisiting of segment 2, the body was falling off the chair several times. It was deep, not exactly sleep.
Yeah.
In just a sec, I'll make it so you can, yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
I just had a question. You
Sure.
mentioned on the last segment that it was the Mang was gonna kind of rise up. But there, you mentioned a second chakra, and I'm sorry I didn't hear it.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily when you put your awareness on the Ming Men itself, but when you put your awareness on
Lumbar.
the lumbar spine, the Ming Men and the basic activate a bit. And so not massively, but enough to where you go, I'm just gonna pay attention to this. And so it rapidly strengthens the body. It rapidly stimulates all the body's processes. But at the same time, if you're easily overwhelmed or you have like a cardiovascular issue, it still probably wouldn't do anything that's a problem. But it's still on the side of caution. I usually don't have people do it with that.
Thank you. I just didn't hear the second part of that, but
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
nice. I could feel a bit of a strengthening, like
Yeah, it's very like
a subtle solidness sort of to it, the beginning of it.
yeah. I before COVID and everything, I used to travel every weekend. And 48 weekends out of the year I was traveling and teaching. And back in the earlier days, I wouldn't really schedule like time. I'd kind of land and then, have an hour or two and I'd be like in class or an intro or something. Like, my schedule was very, very tight, very stressful until I started changing how I traveled. I started giving myself more time basically. But, I have this one organizer that she'd always like pick me up at the airport and she's always like, you're gonna be okay, right? Because, like traveling is like hard and I was tired and I was usually pushing before I even left. And
Mhm.
and she goes, it's the weirdest thing. You look like you need like 2 days of rest. And then you come out and you look like you've had 2 days of rest and you just start performing. And she goes, it was only an hour, 2 hours or whatever. And the trick is kind of this little thing I'm showing you guys.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, okay, so we're going to segment 4. And this is the neuroprotective like aspect. Like if you were really wanting to prevent any sort of degeneration in the brain, all of these are good, but the fourth one is especially good. So all of these oils that are listed here are also oils that have shown some potential for decreasing any sort of degenerative conditions like Alzheimer's. Also brain fatigue and just, when you get older and you start going, that thing about the thing, that guy, the thing, a lot of that is the impact on the sympathetic nervous system, which is action activity, but also fight flight. And part of our memory and short-term memory is tied to the function of that part of the nervous system. And when it's in dysregulation or it's been in dysregulation for a prolonged period of time, it gets exhausted. And in that exhaustion, we stop having some of our normal cognitive faculties, right? So I would encourage you to actually rotate some of the oils in this and not always just use the same thing. But sage and rosemary are definitely probably the big standouts, but all of them work well. Right? So pick an oil: sage, rosemary, bacopa, atractylode, cinnamon, ginger, mugwort. The kit for purchase, you have Spanish sage, you have rosemary Provence, which is a fancy rosemary. You have bacopa, you have cinnamon and ginger. You have five out of these 7. I would start with either sage or rosemary. Which one did you start? Yeah, you can start with bacopa. We're going to do several cycles of this, so I'm encouraging you to try different oils. Yeah. Okay, so your awareness is on your crown. Your awareness is on your crown. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the forehead. Now move your awareness to the back head. Your awareness is on the back head. The sides of your head. So this whole side of your head on each side. And then your brain, your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the spine. The brain and spine both at the same time. The brain and soles of the feet. And then just be still. Just be still. Hey, if you want to rotate and find a different oil, let's have you do that. Okay, so you're inhaling. Your awareness is on your crown. Move your awareness to the forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Now move to the back head. The sides of your head. Your awareness is on the sides of your head. Your awareness is on the back of the head. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The sides of your head. Your awareness is on the sides of your head. And then your brain. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the spine. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your brain and spine both at the same time. Brain and soles of the feet. Okay, just let go. Just let it incubate. Just let go. So let's talk this out for a little bit. We're going to do more, but let's give it a break for a little bit and just talk it out. So, part of what you're addressing here is what you would call brain fatigue, right? And even though you might not have a high level of brain fatigue right now, there's probably maybe a little bit. And most people, there's a little bit, right? And so young people tend to not do it because their body is very resilient. But at about the age 32, your body doesn't quite bounce back like it used to. And so can still happen to young people. It's just it takes a little bit more to do it, right? So it could be over a period of time, it could be an incident, it could be prolonged stress, prolonged emotional upset, any of these things. But this is what I'd say about it. If you just look at it mechanically, and if you look at the idea of stress, we say fight flight, but let's call it stress for right now. And, when we have a stressful event, there is the acute thing. Something happened today. Everything was normal. Something happened. I'm having a weird day. I got scared. I got upset. Okay. So there's that. But then you have something's been happening every day this week. Something's been happening for the last 10 weeks. Something's been happening for the last 6 months, where, okay, now we're establishing a pattern, right? And so when you have stressful events or stressful situations or stressful reactions that keep arising, which if you're not in a body is easy to not have those things. But when you're in a body, there's going to be survival oriented reactions to a lot of things that happen around us, right? So then we go into a dysregulated state where, you know, the example that I like to use is if every day, you went to work and Joe at the water cooler walked over and goes, "Hey, how's it going?" and then stomped on your foot and then just walked away. By the third or fourth day, you're like, what is the deal with Joe? Right? And then by the 10th day, you're super on guard, you're super protective, you don't want to be around Joe. You don't want, as soon as you see him, you start freaking out because he's gonna walk over and stomp on your foot, right? And so after a while, you go into this mode of I don't know what Joe's problem is, but like something's got to be done about this because it hurts, it's painful, it's uncomfortable, whatever it might be. And so, we go into a dysregulated state maybe after the second or third time Joe is stomped on our foot. But by the time Joe is stomped on our foot, the 10th or 12th time, you enter into this phase of what you would call like sympathetic nervous system dominance. You are like not going to put your guard down. You're not going to let your defenses go down. You're on guard because Joe has stomped on my foot 12 days in a row. Why would I think he's not going to do it tomorrow? Why would I think that next week he's going to just stop doing it? He has a pattern of doing this. Now, it's easy to see this thing with Joe coming over and doing this. It's like, okay, that's pretty abnormal. But how many stressors do we have in our life where it happens? And it might be low grade, but it happens, and it happens, and it happens, and it happens, and it happens. And then we get a little break, and then it happens, and then it happens, and then it happens. And then we're getting a little tired, and we're getting a little fatigued. And it happens, and it happens, and you started to feel happy for a moment, and then it happened, and then you didn't see it coming because you got distracted by something else, and it happened, right? We go into this like dominance, right? And it really doesn't allow us to shift into rest and repair anymore because it is on guard. It is trying to protect us from whatever hypothetical Joe stomping on my foot might be, right? So after you've been hyper vigilant, like think about it. If you've been up for 4 days in a row and you're like, I'm not sleeping, Joe might come into my house and stomp on my foot. Ugh. You become hyper vigilant, hyper vigilant, hyper vigilant, hyper vigilant. Like Joe is not going to stomp on my foot anymore. So after a period of time, that means you haven't been sleeping, you haven't been resting, you haven't been recovering. So the phase that happens after the nervous system dominance, where we're in super protective mode, is exhaustion. You've run that part of your body down. Brain fatigue, another way to say it is that part of your body is exhausted. Your digestive system, somebody was asking about food sensitivities. Sometimes that is actually a form of exhaustion. It's not just stress plague, like, uh, I have a little bit of stress in my gut. It's like whatever has been going on, it happens to the point where there's exhaustion, and then after exhaustion comes collapse, and like things stop working like they should. So when we say something is stress plagued, it's not just like, oh, I'm feeling a little bit of stress. There's a progression that happens with the levels of stress. And there's a progression that happens to our physiology. There's a progression that then starts to affect how things function or even have the potential of functioning. Because after things start getting exhausted, it starts degenerating at a much more rapid rate, right? So the idea of treating brain fatigue, when you go through and you do it, you know, if you're not exhausted, you're going to go, that was relaxing. If there's a little bit of brain exhaustion and you start to turn down the dominance, you're going to go, ugh, I can barely keep my eyes open. It means that part of your body, that part of your nervous system is entering into the exhaustion realm, right? If you look at chronic fatigue and fibromyalgia, it's just a kind of nerve depletion, it's a kind of exhaustion that happens in the body. It used to be called neurasthenia, which just means depleted nerves. That's all it means. So, people gave it newer names and everything, but it's still mechanically neurasthenia, right? And so brain fatigue, a lot of times, or when the brain starts degenerating and not functioning well, it's gone from an acute stress to dysregulation, which is starting to be kind of chronic stress, to sympathetic nervous system dominance. And then from dominance, it's entered into the exhaustion realm. And then even from exhaustion, there's still some steps, right? When you start to hit the exhaustion realm, the next step starts to be the potential for chronic illness, right? So as you go through and you start unwinding these things, you're not only helping your body to heal, but you're helping prevent the potential or the framework or the foundation for a chronic illness, right? So again, it's not going to be a one-time treatment, or it's not going to be like, I'm going to do this intensely and then in 3 or 4 months I'll visit it again. It's a lot of small, consistent movements. It's a lot of just unwinding the nervous system, unwinding how our physiology works, allowing the body to have a little bit of relief and then assimilate it, and then a little bit of relief and then assimilate it, and then a little bit of relief and assimilate it, right? It's more about setting a pattern over a period of time rather than a big push. Because if your body is in sympathetic dominance, a big push is going to generate a big push back, right? So you have to just slowly, slowly chip away at it. And so at some point, you start generating more momentum, right? But at first, it might be a spoonful. And then after a while, it's like, okay, I can take a cup of water. And then after a while, it's like, I can drink 64 ounces this day, but at first it might only be a teaspoonful or two, right? So this idea of exhaustion, granted, we're working with oils that can be relatively relaxing, right? But when you start to feel like, oh, my brain's getting foggy or my brain's not braining today. Anytime you start to feel signs of that, if you start treating it, you'll start to reverse the momentum, right? But if you do it and you're like, I feel like I could sleep for 2 days, let your body rest for a couple of days. It still do some things, but like go to bed a little bit early, let yourself sleep in, take a nap, do a salt bath and let your body relax. Let your body have the rest that it needs, because you're not just going to go, okay, I'm wiping the exhaustion away. Now I feel amazing. You wipe the exhaustion away, which is really the stress. And then your body goes, whoa, God, I haven't slept for a week. I haven't slept for a month. So you'll go into a phase of like, I need a little extra rest. The thing that happens when people are going through this, they'll calm down the adrenals and then they'll go, I don't have any energy. I don't feel like I could get up and do anything. It's because you've gone into repair mode and you just got to give your body a little bit of time to repair. It's not going to be instantly like, okay, I've turned off my adrenals. Now I'm going to get some stuff done, you know? So let's go ahead and do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself. You can type in. I think the thing that I want to emphasize, it's a lot of little movements, but a lot of times with Western medicine, we take a pill and something goes away, or we go, that's the symptom and we need to address it. When the symptoms are more of a reflection of something going on. And if you only target that, you're really using stress thinking, the thing that got you there, to try to resolve it. And it's not really a very good long-term way of addressing these issues. You have to look at them more as like a functional issue and just keep making things work better, keep making things unwind better, making things just improve their function little by little. And it will produce a greater long-term effect. But anyway, enough of my rambling.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hi, that was an interesting one.
What oils did you use? I'm just curious.
So I used rosemary to start, and then I went to Blue Mountain Sage.
Mm-hmm.
which is really
You're
yummy. Huh?
speaking my language. You're speaking my language.
And ironically, it brought up like some, I think, how do I say it? Like some memories in my nervous system that were still jammed.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's that definitely can happen because if you look at, like what we were just talking about, like the different phases of like stress or fight flight or sympathetic nervous system dysregulation, whatever you want to call it. Part of how we process memories and form memories are actually tied to that part of the nervous system. And so, like when we tune it up, even if we're like, yeah, it's not really exhausted, it's not really in dominance, but you give it a little tune up, all of a sudden the memory wheels start going, oh yeah, and remember that time? And then there was this, and then there was this, and then there was this, because the memory mechanisms get sharper.
Yeah. No, it was actually really cool because in the previous one, I don't want to be here anymore. And I'm like, okay, that's usually an indication something, I'm stuck in a time zone. And
Yeah, and that could be, we can have like a little bit of like a freezer collapse and not across the board, but in like little areas, where you go like, I'm good here, but in this one area,
yeah, yeah. No.
I've had such a belly full. I'm so done with it.
Yeah. Well, I've been working this, geez, it will be coming on like with you, I guess maybe we started in August, like 3 years ago. So it
Mhm.
was just this little teeny piece. And then I just had this awareness, but I'm not there anymore. And my nervous system isn't exhausted.
Oh, good.
But it was at a time where I have gone through freeze and collapse, freeze and collapse.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah,
there was a piece of me still in those situations. And I'm like, hey, but it's different now.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I don't feel exhausted. I don't feel energized, but I do feel relieved. How about that?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, and that would be just kind of flushing it out because before when you were
Mhm.
talking, I could feel like stuff leaving the back of my throat.
Yeah, no, that would be, anytime you break out of the stress cycle, then you go into more vagal activity and you start to rest and repair and heal. And another version of that is you start to process whatever happened or emotions, or you release something. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, so given I've had that, and by the way, thank you for walking through your recommendation on little by little. And I would have loved to have known that 20 years ago when I probably was
Oh,
just
yeah. I used to
read,
be a
read,
king
read.
of right now. This is
Well,
going to happen right now.
yeah, and nobody would tell you that you're basically just re-traumatizing yourself and making it harder to undo it. But hey, I guess some of us have new different wisdom. Um, so with this, if I'm having those results, and I think you said before we did this one, if anyone, if you were going to do any out of the protocol, you would do this
Yeah.
segment 4. So just keep doing it and flushing it because I didn't
I
expect.
mean, they're all good, but like if you really are concerned about brain fatigue, and just the neuroprotective qualities, like
Mhm.
I would do
Yeah,
this one. Yeah.
yeah. And I wanted to share with you, like I had really severe food allergies, and I'm now able to incorporate some of the things back in, and my digestion's
Oh
working.
yeah. Very good. Very, very
Um,
good. Yeah.
and if I look back, it was kind of like the frog in the kettle, like the frog in the pot slowly boils, and
Mhm.
you realize it's too late.
Yeah.
Um, but could it just be the intensity of another person's emotions and projections, and then the association with
Sure.
whatever you were
That
eating?
that causes all kinds of stress, intensity. Back when I was doing therapy all the time, I would have these specialties, and um I'd be working with a group of psychologists, and they would do the talk therapy, and I would do the healing part. And one of the harder things to deal with was not when something happened where there was an incident, but there was like the threat of violence, or there
Hmm.
was emotional tension that was the threat of aggression, or like that.
Yep.
That is like you're always waiting for the other shoe to drop. You're always on guard. You never put your guard down. Like all those things,
Yep.
and you don't really think about it, like because you go, well, nothing happened, but
Hmm.
something did happen. It's just not as concretized.
Yep.
So that's why sometimes you see like somebody will be in a situation where there's tension, and all of a sudden they'll act out. They'll act out and they'll go, well, they're the ones that are causing the problem, but they just reached their threshold with the tension, and it was like the tension was
Yep.
worse than doing the act. So they're like,
Sure.
let's just get this over with.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess this is my curiosity, when you have those intense experiences, does the allergy get produced as an association of what you went to for comfort, or is it just a physiological?
It's still part of a protective mechanism. Allergies,
Okay.
yeah, allergies are still tied to the immune response, and so it becomes an exaggerated immune response. And the immune system keeps out outside invaders, viruses,
Yep.
bacteria, fungi, and also jerks, jackasses. It feels like they're all in that same vein.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
and so like you have somebody getting aggressive towards you or being, intense towards you, it's not just an emotional response or a mental response. Your immune system goes, nah, no, you didn't. And
Yeah.
it even starts kind of projecting an energy back unless the body is really depleted and run down.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, this has been fantastic, and
Oh, good.
the allergies are falling away. There's probably one that's always gonna
Yay.
stick.
Yeah, I love that. I
Yeah.
had this one patient. I mean, there was a bunch when I did that study back in the early
Hmm.
2000s, but she was actually a nurse, and she had a bunch of food allergies, and she didn't even have to eat it. Like if she was by it and like maybe touched it, she would end up in the hospital in the ER and would have to get
Oh my gosh.
what is it, the epinephrine shot or what,
Yep.
whatever it
Hmm.
is for that. And we went through and we treated it over a period of time. Like it was over about a year or so, but just really super focused on the allergies. And she within about a year and a half, she was eating that substance like 3 times a week.
That's
It
great.
made me nervous. I was like, easy. Like I have a lot of confidence in what I do, but I don't know if I have that much confidence. And she was like, I'm fine. Like I'm not having a reaction. I'm not.
Well, that's good. That's good.
And I would say that has to be a case by case basis, but
Yeah.
still, we had a bunch of people who are having those kinds of experiences. But it was interesting. It was always the ones that stayed in the therapy for an extended period of time, going back to the little movements.
Hmm.
Because a lot of times we go, I want to take a pill and I want to, do something and have the allergies be done, and you might calm them down, but it doesn't really make them go away. You're really trying to recondition the body so that the body just goes, I don't need to be all hyper vigilant and hyper reactive. That's a young man's game. I don't need to do that anymore.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, yeah, before we wrap up my question, just a question. Blue Mountain Sage, do you want to talk about that a little bit more? Because I had a completely, it was almost like rosemary opened me up and the sage is like, oh, you're irritated here. And then boom, it popped
Sage
up.
Sage is like the various sages are cure-alls, which means that it starts to help the body in times and in ways when you don't know what to do. Like so does
Got it.
rosemary, especially rosemary verbena.
Hmm.
Um, And the thing that I would say about that is, it can really help with fatigue, and it helps to regulate the adrenals, and has an impact on vagal tone. But it's one of the oils that works really well for sympathetic nervous system dominance.
Got
And
it.
so, which is beyond dysregulation. And I mean, most sages are also an adrenal stimulant. So they make the adrenals like function more appropriately. It's a thing that can help regulate the adrenals. And so the thing like in Buddhist practices, there's like these different kind of mental states.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't talk about them very much, but they still influence a lot of what we do. But there's these different mental states, and it's like when you're trying to bring peace and stillness into the mind, you use different practices to go after these different mental states and try to regulate them. And I have oil blends for all of them. All of them, there's usually multiple sages in it with then other oils, right?
Mm-hmm.
But every one of them has blue sage in it. And I'm not doing it like from an intellectual point of view where I go, oh, blue sage is really good for this and that. Like I go through and energetically look and evaluate, and I crack up because I was like, okay, here we go again, blue sage,
Mm-hmm.
blue mountain sage. And so, that's why, for the last, what has it been, 4 or 5 years, that comes out of South Africa. And
Mm-hmm.
I buy up their whole lot. Like even if I'm not going to use it all up in the air, I was like, I want all the blue sage you guys produce. And the issue is they don't really produce very much. They've started producing more because I keep buying it up, and so they kind of go, well, we make a little more, maybe he'll let us sell it to some other people. And I'm like, nope, I want it all. And so I even have a little bit of a stockpile of it because you every year I've been buying it up, and they only produce like a couple kilos a year. And so
Wow.
it's not like I'm, buying crazy amounts, but it's just such a good therapeutic sage for especially like brain fatigues and mental
Mm-hmm.
fatigue and stuff. So I just, you know,
Okay.
yeah.
And would there be any benefit of taking it internally?
No, it's actually probably not a good thing to take it internal. I mostly inhalation and topical.
Okay.
The only one that's kind of okay, because like when you do the extraction, or the distillation, sometimes it can become too potent for internal use. But topically, it's fine. Inhalation is fine. Spanish sage you could do internal, because it has a much lower level of ketones. And
Okay.
so, you know, even that, I don't ever really feel the need to ever take that one internally. Even I just like topical is usually the way that I go. Like when somebody's
Mm-hmm.
in um, fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue, like crisis,
Mm-hmm.
just exhausted, and they're degenerated and tail spinning really bad. I make a really strong body tonic, with the Spanish sage. And I just
Mm-hmm.
say, shake it up, apply it to your whole body, do it twice a day until until you pull out of it. And you
Mm-hmm.
usually pull out of it in the first day. Sometimes every once in a while, really bad case, the second day. But I mean, it's
Interesting.
just, you know, topical
Wonderful.
work. Yeah, topical works. And for
Okay.
myself, a lot of times, um, like at night, like even my little travel bag right now, I have a little bottle of rosemary verbena, a little bottle of Spanish sage, and like I'll in the morning or at night right before I go to bed, I'll just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Because the other issue is like when you have like brain fatigue, or the brain has become a little hypoxic, which means you're not getting as much blood flow to the brain part of what happens is the manifestation in it is you start to have like spasms and tension in your body because of lack of circulation up here. It will actually manifest as postural distortions in the body. And
Interesting.
so, you're treating your brain and your mind, but really you're also helping to stabilize the body by going through and treating that. And so if I start to feel like, ugh, I'm starting to feel like weird spasms in the body, and there's topical things that I put on that can help that. But like sometimes it's actually more of a brain issue than a body issue, even though your spasms are in your hip or in your back or down in your calves or whatever. It's actually still you're needing to increase the circulation to the brain.
Great.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Thank you for
Mm.
sharing all of that. I
Yeah,
appreciate
you're
it.
so welcome. Yeah, you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey Greg, Blue Mountain Sage.
Mhm.
Is that is that something we're just basically going to be using as an inhalation?
Inhalation or topical?
Okay.
Yeah, you can put it on your wrist. You can do it as a body tonic. A lot of times for myself, I just put it on the wrist. I'll just rub some on the wrist, and I'm like, I'm good. I like the smell of it, so sometimes I'll rub a little on my chest, so it's just constantly going up into my face.
Hmm.
But yeah, you could rub it on the base of your skull if you wanted.
Okay.
Inhalation works equally as well. If you're wanting bigger dosages of it, topically is the best way to do it because you can take more in that way.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was just looking at the website and trying to figure out which one I wanted to order. So that's why I asked. Okay, thanks.
Which one you're wanting to order as far
The
as
roller
different
ball or the
stages
2 mil,
or
no, the blue mouse, because I've got some other sages. I've got
right?
regular sage. I love Spanish sage. Um, Rosemary about put me at completely under today. So I went back to Spanish sage and that resurrected me a little bit.
Oh, good.
But I wanted to
Yeah,
get some Blue
like if you're
Mountain.
trying to do it on a budget, inhalation is fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
Someone's wondering, is there a specific reason we don't do ajna in any of the segments today?
Um, I don't know. Like maybe a little more explanation, maybe or.
And while they maybe type in, someone's saying, can you take Bacopa internally?
Yes. Yeah. Probably the easiest way to do Bacopa. Bacopa, a lot of times people either will rub it on their scalp or take it internally. For the longest time, there wasn't an essential oil of it. And so you would just take it internal. But now with the essential oil, it's a much more potent version of it. You can do inhalations, but a lot of times the internal usage is probably the most common way to use it, actually.
And I missed this one earlier for the previous segment. Someone shared after doing the basic chakra. Oh no, not that one. Hang on. Gotten that one. Dead. Okay, that person for the ajna responded, so we'll do that one. I'll find the other one. Ajna is a directing center, so my understanding was it would help all chakras in brain.
It is the master chakra and it helps to regulate the centers, but I didn't find it to be effective for treating the direct brain issues. And here, even though we're using centers, we're really going more to the physiology and the nervous system rather than just treating something through the energy system. And so I didn't find that it was helpful or added anything. And so I don't like just adding extra steps just to add steps. So if it doesn't contribute, then I leave it alone. Again, I don't do this from an intellectual point of view. I do it all through evaluation and clinical experience. So,
They said, thank you. Okay.
yeah.
The share was when they focused on the lumbar area on that previous segment, they
Oh, yeah.
felt very nourishing.
Nourishing. Yeah, very nice. And you said it felt like stabilizing. Yeah. Yeah.
Someone's wondering, does basil help with brain fatigue?
Yeah, sure. Basil is a very good mental stimulant, so it makes the mind work a little bit better. And the other thing that I would say about basil is, we think of like stresses in the body and everything, but stresses can also happen just in the brain, especially like when you're processing, like, say, a lot of information or you're having to do a lot of problem solving. There's this thing called stress of concentration, where you're just, I got to grind on the numbers, or I got to problem solve this, or how do I make this fit into that, or, whatever it is. And so over a period of time, just like anything else, your brain can fatigue from activity. And basil is one of the best things for that specific kind of brain fatigue. It usually is a lot of mental work. I would include creative processes, somebody who, like, say, is like an architect or something, and they're, drawing and doing whatever. So their mental body might get a little fatigued and everything from doing that, and basil would help jumpstart. Another one would be studying. Like, okay, gotta memorize this piece of information or this body of information for a presentation or something like that. So going through and memorizing all that stuff can actually cause like a kind of brain fatigue. And basil would help you to process it, but also diminish the potential of you getting fatigued by it. And so you can inhale and do all kinds of things with basil with that, just like we, do the processes here. But for myself, I usually take it just internal. I do like 3 or 4 drops a couple of times a day when I start to feel my brain not braining anymore. So, yeah, I do that. I do a little bit of rosemary verbena. Start wearing sage for a little bit, and yeah, all of those things help. They all contribute. Yeah. So anybody else here have a share? I think Lisa wants to say something.
Oh, funny.
Oh yeah, I'm just like so tired.
No, I know. I was
Like reading
yeah.
it all over. Can I get any of this? Did I put it in my car?
She was asleep and I was teasing her.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have just a little bit more time. So let's actually just squeeze in another round of this. So we've had sage, we've had rosemary, and if you have ginger, mugwort is something that I haven't talked about very much for this, but mugwort also very good for prevention of potential degenerative conditions. And so in any of these things that are listed here, let's maybe have you pull out a different one if you haven't already. And let's just do another round. Okay, so your awareness is on the crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. How's that for you?
Good.
Sorry, I woke you up.
No, I'm.
Yeah. Awareness is on the crown.
That's it.
Well, you just had your big push. So now move your awareness to the forehead where the hairline is. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the back head. Your awareness is on your back head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. the sides of your head. Your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. And then the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. How's that training? How's that training you, love? Yeah. I know I keep waking everybody up.
Nobody.
The brain and spine together. It's a good way to shake off your trip, huh? Awareness is on your brain and spine. Move your awareness to the brain and soles of your feet. The brain and soles of your feet. And then pause and let go. And just keeping your eyes closed and letting it incubate for a moment. And just letting go. Now, if you just want to do a little quick thing, just go to the brain. So your awareness is on the brain with whatever oil you got in your hand. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. As this straighten up. Feels nice. And then pause and be still. So you can do short versions of this. You can do the whole process. I tried to mark, I might not have done it in the last segment, but I tried to mark things so that you could take things internal and make it even quicker and shorter. Even when I do things internal, I still like to go through and do the inhalation on the processes. um, you know, inhalation really has a balancing effect on the nervous system. It can really calm down dysregulation and sympathetic nervous system dominance. And it also can improve vagal tone and eventually even potentially vagal anchoring, which your body goes into a much deeper level of restoration. And so the thing that I would say about what we did today is don't make it overwhelming. Don't make it a big task. Make it something small, make it something simple so that, it's okay. I'm going to do 5 minutes before I go to bed. And then if it turns into 15, that's great. But if you go, okay, I got to do an hour session, it's going to be really easy to go, I'm not going to do this tonight. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do 2 hours tomorrow night. And then don't do that. So I'm going to do 3 hours on Sunday. Just keep it really super simple. The key is consistency and just treating it over a period of time, like time and consistency, and you'll produce results. And so again, you're not necessarily trying to unwind some symptom right here, right now. You're looking at a big picture, a slow walk to change or recondition the body and your physiology and not just chasing after a symptom. So if you keep that in mind, it becomes easier to just do a little 5 or 10 minute thing. Sometimes for myself, even the 5 minutes seems like, ugh, this is going on forever. And then there's times where it ends up turning into an hour and I just sit there and enjoy it while I'm decompressing at the end of the day. So, but anyway, any last shares or questions? Today's just a one day. Tomorrow we are doing the Sunday Sacred Space. And then we're going to go into a 4-hour lecture about kind of dealing with vagal tone and dysregulation and sympathetic nervous system dominance, but from the viewpoint of using meditation and practices without oils. So, and then after that, we'll slide right into the fire initiation. So it's a thing we do once a year that has been a tradition for, I think they started at the very beginning, right? So it's like a 75-year tradition. So yeah, so we'll be doing all that tomorrow. It's all free, so join us. And then also next weekend is the plant teachers class, which I think a lot of you have taken. And so we're going to do some different things that we haven't done before with the plant teachers. And it's a huge kit, so it gives us a lot of different ways that we can play with things. And I am going to address some more of like the sympathetic nervous system dominance and things like that by utilizing the kit to treat some things rather than just doing the plant teacher part. So join us if you can. And we also have the angelic journey on Tuesday night, and then deeper dive into a practice on Wednesday night. So a week of stuff.
And we'll have more details with the links and everything like that on Monday. So in that newsletter. So keep an eye out on Monday night for that. We still plan to get that out, even though we'll be traveling. And then go ahead, Sonia.
Hey.
For the neuroprotective, is that physical, emotional, mental, spirit, and energetic?
Well, yeah, I would say any time in theory that you go through and treat the nervous system like that, it would impact the emotions and the mind. But I'm not necessarily trying to target specifically the emotions. You just are trying to help the nervous system in that area, function better and prevent any sort of degeneration. But I mean, like what you were just saying is if the nervous system starts degenerating, then it is going to impact the emotions. It is going to impact the mind. It is going to impact your ability even to connect. And so, in a way, yes and no, like it's kind of both. Like it's not specifically going after that, but because of its nature, it does contribute to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And somebody is asking, how many times a week can we do this? Specifically number 4.
Oh, you could do it daily. Yeah. If I feel I'm not braining very well, I do it in the morning and at night. Like I'll do it twice a day. I like that I just keep saying that over and over again. But yeah, you can go crazy with it, you know. All these oils are pretty straightforward. You know, I always like with myself going, oh, I don't want to get overstimulated on cinnamon. I've never had it happen, and I've gone pretty crazy with it before. And you know, any of them you could use substantially, it would be okay, especially with the inhalation. So
Thank you so much. It is just what I needed today.
yeah, you know, like over the next few weeks, we're just trying to do more of just like keeping things simple, daily routines, essential things, and just making it something that you can integrate and help your body and your emotions and mind deal with all the craziness in the world in a way that's not overwhelming or an overwhelming, taunting or daunting task. And so, you know, hopefully it helps. I know it's helping us, but yeah.
Can we get a recommendation for a salt bath?
Well, I would say sage, rosemary, maybe a little mugwort. Tractor loads is actually a very nice bath that I would pick one of these things. Don't take a cinnamon bath, but like petitgrain, lavender, basil. I mean, these are all baths except cinnamon that I've done and done often. So yeah, I would say choose one of these. Yeah.
Someone's wondering which segment is most important to do.
You know, it depends from individuals, you know, for the individual, but I would say if you're going to pick one thing, probably segment 4. Yeah.
Great class.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed. Tomorrow we'll be doing some different things, but still, you know, good meditation class. Lot of explanation combined with practice.
And I'm posting once again that link to the Astara events page. It has the different links to all the events tomorrow. So you can go in, you'll see the Zoom link for each of those different events. So you can just go in, check that out. And we do post all the Astara events in Pacific time. So that way you'll know we are teaching Pacific time and those events are in Pacific time. So 10 a.m. Pacific time is when we start for the Sunday Sacred Space.
Yeah.
All right, love to see you guys, and I think we'll call it good for the
Take
night.
care, you guys.